Hello everyone, and welcome back to Mr. Sleepy Crime. I know many of you enjoy listening to these stories as you fall asleep. So before you drift off, I'd love for you to leave a comment letting me know where in the world you're tuning in from. And if you're enjoying the story, don't forget to like and subscribe. It really helps the channel grow. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge that this story involves real people and real tragedies. We tell these stories not for entertainment, but to remember the victims and perhaps help others recognize the warning signs that could prevent similar tragedies. For the best experience, feel free to lower the volume a little, just enough to let the story gently carry you off to sleep. Alright, please get comfortable, dim the lights, and let's dive into tonight's first story. Tonight, we're traveling to Missouri, to the quiet towns along the Mississippi River. To a place where families grow, where people work hard, and where one woman tried desperately to build a safer life for herself and her 3 children. This is the story of Jacques Sue Waller, a mother of triplets who disappeared on a warm June day in 2011. And though her story contains darkness, it also contains love, determination, and a family that never stopped searching. Jacques Sue Rawson was born in 1971 in Bonne Terre, Missouri, a small town whose name means good earth in French. She grew up in nearby Stade-Genevieve, one of Missouri's oldest towns, settled along the western banks of the Mississippi River. Stade-Genevieve was the kind of place where everyone knew everyone, where history ran deep in the limestone buildings and narrow streets. It was a good place to grow up. Jack was close with her parents, Stan and Ruby Rawson. She had sisters, and though they had their separate lives as young women do, they maintained that connection that families in small towns often keep. Jacques was raised with Midwestern values: hard work, loyalty, family. She carried these with her as she moved into adulthood. In the 1990s, Jacques met a man named James Clay Waller. Everyone called him Clay. He was socially awkward, with a stutter that made conversation difficult. But Jacques saw something in him. They married sometime in the 90s, and Jacques hoped for the life she'd dreamed of. A home, children, stability. But from the beginning, Jacques' parents didn't care for Clay. Her father, Stan, would later say that Clay seemed arrogant, that he just wasn't compatible with their family. There was something about him that didn't sit right. Clay had worked briefly at the sheriff's departments, but he was terminated after just a year. After that, he bounced from job to job, never able to hold a position for very long. While Clay struggled with employment, Jacques worked her way up to become a manager at Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield, an insurance company where she would work for 9 years. She became the provider, the steady one, the one holding things together. For years, Jacques and Clay tried to start a family. When natural conception didn't happen, they turned to in vitro fertilization. And on October 14th, 2005, Jacques gave birth to triplets, 3 babies all at once, 2 girls and a boy. They named them Avery, Maddox, and Addison. Jacques' sister Cheryl Brennicky would later say that Clay was not a very active parent. He rarely helped Jacques care for the 3 babies. But Jacques embraced motherhood with everything she had. She worked 40 hours a week at her demanding job, then came home to 3 toddlers who needed everything: feeding, changing, bathing, playing, teaching. Multiply every parenting task by 3. It was exhausting, but Jacques loved it. She loved her busy, crazy life with triplets. As the children grew, Jacques did everything she could to give them a normal childhood. She taught them to ride their bikes. She took them to the park. She was present, devoted, determined to be the mother they deserved. Friends at work said she lit up whenever she talked about Avery, Maddox, and Addison. They were her world. But behind the scenes, the marriage was deteriorating. Clay began having affairs, multiple affairs. And as Jacques grew stronger, as she built her career and raised their children, Clay seemed to resent her independence. He became controlling, then threatening. Their home, which should have been filled with the laughter of 3 young children, was instead filled with tension. Jacques' sister Cheryl didn't live nearby at first. But as the years went on, the 2 sisters grew closer, and the more Cheryl learned about Jacques' marriage, the more concerned she became. She didn't like Clay. She could see what he was doing to her sister. By 2011, Jacques had reached her limit. The triplets were 5 years old now, in kindergarten, starting to understand the world around them, and Jacques knew she had to leave. She deserved better. Her children deserved better, so she made the difficult decision she was going to divorce Clay Waller. But Clay didn't take it well. Not at all. When Jacques first mentioned divorce, Clay's response was immediate and chilling. He told her directly, plainly, with no ambiguity. "You take those kids from me, Jacques, I will kill you." He said it more than once. He said it many times. In fact, over the course of a year, Clay threatened Jacques repeatedly. He told her that if she divorced him, if she tried to take his children, she would be signing her death warrant. And these weren't vague warnings or arguments spoken in the heat of anger. They were clear, specific threats, and Jacques knew he meant them. She confided in Cheryl. She told her sister that she was afraid, that Clay was capable of violence. Jacques' parents, Stan and Ruby, also grew increasingly worried. They knew their daughter was in danger, but Jacques was determined to move forward. She couldn't stay in that marriage. She had to protect herself and the children, and the only way to do that was to leave. In the months leading up to June 2011, Jacques and Clay separated. Jacques and the triplets moved in with Cheryl and her husband, Bob Brennecke, and their children in Genevieve County. It was crowded, but it was safe. The triplets loved being there, surrounded by cousins, away from the tension they'd felt at home. Jacques could breathe again. Clay, meanwhile, started dating someone new. He had a girlfriend, and from the outside it seemed like he was moving on. Maybe, Jacques thought. Maybe this would be okay. Maybe he would let go. The divorce proceedings moved forward. Lawyers were hired, paperwork was prepared, and finally a date was set. June 1st, 2011. On that day, Jacques and Clay would meet with their divorce attorney to sign the final papers. And then it would be over. Jacques would be free. She even started dating someone new herself. She had a boyfriend, someone who treated her well, someone who made her feel valued. She and the triplets were planning to move to Farmington, Missouri to start fresh. A new life, away from Clay, away from the fear. The triplets would have a normal childhood. Jacques would have peace. June 1st was supposed to be the beginning of everything. The morning of June 1st started like so many days do. Ordinary, unremarkable. The sky was clear. The air was warm. It was summer in Missouri, and the heat was just beginning to settle in. Jacques met Clay at 11 that morning at a Walgreens parking lot in Jackson, Missouri. They went for lunch together. This wasn't unusual for divorcing couples trying to keep things civil. They had children together. They needed to figure out custody arrangements, co-parenting schedules, so they talked. They spent a few hours doing their own things around town, and then, at 3 in the afternoon, they met at the attorney's office. The meeting was brief. Papers were signed. The divorce was nearly finalized. The legal part was done, and for Jacques there must have been a sense of relief. She'd done it. She was almost free. Before leaving the attorney's office, Jacques called Cheryl. She told her sister that she was going to stop by Clay's house to pick up their son Maddox. Just a quick stop, she said. Then she'd head back to Genevieve. She'd be home soon. Jacques drove to Clay's house on Woodland Drive in Jackson. It was a house they'd once shared, but now it was just his. She parked her blue Honda Pilot in the driveway. She went inside. A few minutes later, she called her boyfriend. The call was brief, routine. She told him she was picking up Maddox. She'd call him later. That was the last time anyone heard from Jacques Sue Waller. By 7 that evening, Cheryl was worried. Jacques should have been home by now. It was only supposed to be a quick stop. Cheryl tried calling her sister's cell phone. It went straight to voicemail. She called again and again. Nothing. Cheryl called Clay. "Have you seen Jacques?" she asked. "No," Clay said. "She left hours ago." But Cheryl didn't believe him. She knew her sister. She knew Jacques wouldn't just disappear. And she knew Clay. She knew his threats. So Cheryl drove to the Jackson police station that very night, still in those early hours when most missing person reports aren't even filed yet. And she told the police everything about the threats, about the custody battle, about her certainty that something terrible had happened. The Jackson police took her seriously. They sent an officer to Clay's house immediately. Clay told the officer a story. He said that Jacques had come to his house that afternoon, around 4. They talked about the divorce, but Jack got upset. She left on foot, he said. He left the house himself after that, running errands. When he came back around 6, he noticed her Honda Pilot was gone from the driveway. He assumed she'd come back for it and driven home. But the story had problems from the start. Why would Jack leave on foot and then come back for her car? Where had she walked to? And why hadn't anyone seen her? The next morning, June 2nd, a driver on Interstate 55 spotted Jack's blue Honda Pilot abandoned on the side of the road. It had a flat tire. The doors were unlocked. Jack's purse was inside. Her phone was inside. The keys were in the ignition, but Jack was gone. Police processed the vehicle. They found no signs of a struggle inside the car, but something was wrong. Everything was wrong. A mother of 3 doesn't just abandon her car on the interstate with a flat tire and walk away, leaving her purse and phone behind. The community mobilized immediately. Search parties formed. Volunteers combed hundreds of acres around Jackson and Cape Girardeau. They searched wooded areas, creek beds, abandoned buildings, anywhere Jack might be. Days turned into weeks. Weeks turned into months. And there was no sign of her. Jack's parents, Stan and Ruby, held vigils. They appeared on Good Morning America, desperate for answers. Stan spoke about his daughter with a broken voice. Ruby couldn't even process what was happening. "Your family is your life," she said, "and a part of mine is missing." The triplets, only 5 years old, didn't understand where their mother had gone. They asked when she was coming home. Cheryl and Bob didn't know what to tell them. How do you explain to 5-year-olds that their mother might never come back? And through all of this, Clay Waller acted strangely. He didn't help with the searches. He didn't plead for Jack's safe return. Instead, he drove by the Rawson family's house and honked his horn. He gave police officers obscene gestures. He taunted them, saying they wouldn't find anything. He told people he knew he was going to prison, but they'd never prove what happened. It was as if he enjoyed it. For investigators, Clay was the only person of interest. But they had a problem. No body. No crime scene. No witnesses. Just a missing woman and a husband with an alibi that was thin but not impossible. Police worked the case relentlessly. The FBI got involved. The Cape Girardeau County Major Case Squad was assembled. They interviewed hundreds of people. They followed up on hundreds of leads. They searched and searched and searched. In July 2011, about a month and a half after Jacques disappeared, police found some of Jacques' business cards scattered along a road 10 miles from where her car had been found. The cards had her name and the Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield logo on them. It wasn't much, but it was something. Someone had been there with Jacques' belongings. That same month, Clay made a critical mistake. Remember how Cheryl had been given temporary custody of the triplets? The court had decided that given the circumstances, given the fact that Clay was the primary suspect in his wife's disappearance, the children should stay with Cheryl and Bob. Clay was furious about this. He went online and posted a threatening message directed at Cheryl. It said in part that he would kill her eventually, that she was dead. Those 3 words, "You are dead," changed everything. Making threats online crosses state lines, which makes it a federal crime. The FBI arrested Clay Waller in September 2011 on federal charges of threatening Cheryl's life. In October, he pleaded guilty and was sentenced to 5 years in federal prison. While Clay sat in a federal facility in Louisiana, prosecutors in Cape Girardeau County continued building their case. They had no body, but they had enough circumstantial evidence to charge him. In April 2012, nearly a year after Jacques disappeared, Clay Waller was formally charged with first-degree murder. The prosecution had to gamble. They were going forward with a murder trial without a body. It's possible to win such cases, but it's difficult. Juries want to see proof. They want certainty. And without Jacques' remains, there was always going to be reasonable doubt. Clay initially pleaded not guilty. A trial was scheduled for September 2013, but as the date approached, Clay's defense attorneys came to the prosecutors with an offer. Clay was willing to confess. He was willing to tell them what happened to Jacques. He was willing to lead them to her body, but only if they reduced the charge from first-degree murder to second-degree murder. First degree carried a potential life sentence. Second degree would mean 20 years. It was an agonizing decision for the prosecution and for Jack's family. On one hand, 20 years didn't seem like enough for someone who had planned and carried out the murder of his wife, who had spent 2 years taunting her grieving family. On the other hand, the family wanted to bring Jacques home. They wanted to lay her to rest. They wanted closure, especially for the triplets. Maddox, Avery, and Addison deserved to be able to visit their mother's grave. With the family's blessing, prosecutors made the deal. On May 29, 2013, almost exactly 2 years after Jack disappeared, Clay Waller led investigators to a place called Devil's Island. Devil's Island is not a tropical prison or an exotic location. It's a piece of bottomland in Alexander County, Illinois, on the eastern side of the Mississippi River, directly across from Cape Girardeau, Missouri. It's a wildlife management area now, a quiet stretch of forested land and agricultural fields. The island is only accessible by boat. It's remote, isolated, the perfect place to hide a body. Clay told investigators exactly where to look. He'd buried Jacques under a tree on the island. He'd dug the grave 6 feet deep. An FBI agent named Ritter, who had gone to school with Clay from elementary through high school, was the one who actually dug up Jacques' grave. It must have been a surreal moment for him. After 2 years of intensive investigation, after combing through evidence and interviewing witnesses and following dead ends, here he was, digging in the dirt, uncovering the truth. They found her. Jacques Sue Waller's remains were recovered from that shallow grave beneath the tree. After nearly 2 years of searching, after hundreds of volunteers had walked thousands of acres, after her family had lived in agonizing uncertainty, Jacques was finally found. Her remains were identified, and finally her family could bring her home. She was laid to rest at Woodlawn Cemetery in Leadington, Missouri. Her grave is marked. Her children can visit her there, and though it's a small comfort, it's something. She's no longer lost. She's no longer alone on that island. On June 6, 2013, Clay Waller appeared in Cape Girardeau County Court. He pleaded guilty to second-degree murder, and as part of the plea deal, he had to confess in open court. He had to say what he'd done. Clay told the story, but like everything with Clay, the story was full of lies. He admitted that a year before the murder, when Jacques first mentioned divorce, he'd told her, "You take those kids from me, Jacques, I will kill you." He admitted he'd threatened her repeatedly, and he admitted that he'd planned ahead. On May 31st, 2011, the day before they met with the attorney, Clay took a boat across the Mississippi River to Devil's Island, and he dug a grave, 6 feet deep, beneath a tree, in soil that wouldn't be disturbed. He knew what he was going to do. But then Clay lied about how the murder actually happened. He claimed that after the meeting with the attorney, Jacques asked him for one last bang. He said they went back to his house and had sex. During this, he said he accidentally banged his head into her nose, causing a nose. Jacques got upset, he claimed, and threatened to file domestic violence charges. And that's when he said he lost control and killed her. Investigators don't believe any of this. They believe Clay lured Jacques back to his house under the pretense that she needed to pick up Maddox. They believe the murder was entirely premeditated. He dug the grave the day before. He had a plan, and when Jacques walked into that house on Woodland Drive, trusting that she was just picking up her son, Clay attacked her. He beat her. He strangled her. And then, according to his own confession, Clay put Jacques' body in a trash bin in the back of his pickup truck. Later that day, he took his girlfriend and one of the triplets to Toys R Us to buy a toy. While they shopped, while his girlfriend smiled and his son picked out a toy, Jacques' body was in the truck bed outside in the parking lot. After the trip to the toy store, after his girlfriend went home, Clay drove to Cape Girardeau. He put Jacques' body in his boat. He crossed the river to Devil's Island, and he buried his wife in the grave he dug the day before. Then he drove her Honda Pilot to Interstate 55, let the air out of one tire, abandoned the vehicle, and walked away. For 2 years, he kept his secret. For 2 years, he taunted Jacques' family. He knew where she was the entire time. In court, Clay showed no remorse. He never apologized. He blamed Jacques for provoking him. He blamed her for wanting a divorce. He blamed her for everything except what he'd actually done. which was murder her in cold blood. The judge, Judge Lewis, did not mince words. He told Clay directly, "This is not what you deserve, but it will have to do." Sheriff John Jordan of Cape Girardeau County called the day bittersweet. Sweet because Clay was finally confessing publicly. Bitter because 20 years didn't feel like justice. But perhaps the most powerful moment in the courtroom came from Clay's son, Maddox. At just 7 years old, Maddox had written a victim impact statement. It was read aloud in court. Even at that young age, Maddox understood what his father had done, and he wanted his father to know exactly how he felt. Nearly everyone in the courtroom was visibly moved by the boy's words. Tears were shed, hearts broke. Everyone perhaps except Clay Waller. He sat there, stone-faced, unmoved by his own son's pain. Cheryl Brennicke, Jacques' sister, also spoke in court. She had been granted custody of the triplets and was in the process of adopting them with her husband Bob. She looked at Clay and said, "We only got to bury her because it benefited you, not because you care so much about your own children and when they were suffering, but because it benefited you." She was right. Clay only revealed where Jacques was buried because it got him a lighter sentence. Not because he felt guilty. Not because he wanted to give the children closure. Only because it helped him. Clay Waller was sentenced to 20 years in prison for second-degree murder. His sentence would run concurrently with the 5 years he was already serving for the federal threat charges. He would be eligible for parole eventually, but the story didn't end there. While Clay was in prison, he did something that shocked even those who'd been following the case. He wrote a book about the murder. He titled it, "If You Take My Kids, I'll Kill You," the public confession of Missouri's most notorious wife killer. It was meant to be his tell-all, his version of events, and apparently he thought he could profit from it. Clay approached another inmate named Dean and told him he had a book deal worth several $100,000. He just needed someone to help write the manuscript. He promised Dean he'd donate $10,000 to Dean's foundation and use the book's proceeds to establish a trust fund for the triplets. Dean agreed to help. They worked on the book together over that summer. But as Dean listened to Clay talk about the murder, he realized something crucial. Clay had manipulated him. Clay wasn't remorseful. He didn't care about his children. He just wanted attention and money. When the manuscript was finished, Dean did something extraordinary. Without Clay knowing, he had the manuscript smuggled out of prison and given to a fellow inmate's mother. Clay was furious when he found out. He claimed Dean tried to extort him. Eventually, both men were transferred to separate prisons. But the manuscript had made it into the hands of law enforcement, and that manuscript became the key to additional charges. Federal prosecutors were dissatisfied with the 20-year sentence. They believed Clay deserved more, so they looked for another way to charge him. And they found it, because Clay had dug Jacques' grave in Illinois, and then returned to Missouri with the intent to kill her. He had crossed state lines with the intent to commit murder. That's a federal crime under the Interstate Domestic Violence Act. In May 2016, Clay Waller was indicted on federal charges of interstate domestic violence. The manuscript he'd written was used as evidence. In it, he detailed his premeditation, his planning, his crossing of state lines. Clay eventually pleaded guilty to the federal charge. In October 2017, he was sentenced to an additional 35 years in federal prison. That sentence would begin after his 20-year state sentence was completed. As part of the federal sentence, Clay had to forfeit any proceeds from any depiction of his crime in any form. Movie, book, newspaper, magazine, radio, television, anything. He would never profit from Jacques' murder. Clay Waller is currently in prison. He will not be eligible for release until 2047. If he lives that long, he'll be in his 80s. Throughout all of this, through the disappearance and the investigation and the confession and the trials and the sentencing, 3 children were growing up without their mother. On November 12, 2013, a day chosen for being easy to remember, Cheryl and Bob Brennicke officially adopted Maddox, Avery, and Addison. They called it Gotcha Day. The triplets, who were 8 years old by then, finally had permanent stability. They had a family who loved them, who wanted them, who would raise them with all the care Jacques would have given them herself. Cheryl kept Jacques' memory alive. She talked about Jacques with the children. She showed them pictures. She told them stories about their mother, about how much she loved them, about how hard she worked to give them a good life, about how brave she was. The triplets attended their mother's vigils when they were young. They were photographed at events. These three small children caught in the middle of a tragedy. The community watched them grow up. People recognized them everywhere they went. Even years later, when they got jobs in high school, customers would see them and say something about their mother. In February 2018, when the triplets were 12, they gave their first national television interview on Crime Watch Daily. It was the first time they'd really spoken publicly about what had happened. They talked about their memories of their mother, which were fading now, softened by time. They'd been only 5 when she died, and in May 2024, Maddox, Avery, and Addison graduated from Farmington High School. They were 18 years old. Adults now, all 3 had been active in sports. Addison was a state-bound track athlete, competing in discus. Maddox and his sisters all played tennis. They'd made the best of their childhoods, despite everything. In an interview after graduation, Maddox said something profound. This whole situation made us wise beyond our years, because we had to grow up so fast. He was right. These 3 children had endured something no child should ever have to endure. They'd lost their mother to violence. Their father was the one who'd taken her from them. And yet, they'd survived. They'd thrived. Addison spoke about her mother with love and pride. "My mom was resilient," she said. "And of course, this is not the way she had it planned. But I feel like she would be proud of the way we have kept on going, and that we are making her proud every day." Cheryl, their adoptive mother, imagined Jacques at all these milestones. At their dances. At prom, at graduation. "I picture her at all these different stages," Cheryl said. "It's easy to imagine how happy and joyful she would be." The triplets have helped other classmates who've lost parents. They've offered quiet support to those who suddenly find themselves in that club. No one wants to join. Avery said it plainly. "It's not like they reached out to us, but it's like we know how you feel, so they don't have to be like we are, the only one in the world with this." And Maddox spoke about faith. About trusting in something bigger than themselves. "Things happen for a reason," he said. "And we may not always understand the reasoning behind it, but it's all God's plans and all in God's hands. No matter what happens, you trust in Jesus. He has your back. Even when things get hard, he loves you and cares for you." 3 children who should have grown up with their mother. 3 children who instead grew up knowing their father murdered her. And yet they found a way forward. They found love with Cheryl and Bob. They found purpose. They found resilience. Jacques would be proud of them. In April 2024, Jacques' father, Stan Rawson, passed away at the age of 81. He'd spent the last 13 years of his life, grieving his daughter, fighting for justice, and loving his grandchildren. He never stopped speaking about Jacques. He never let people forget her name. Stan was outspoken, determined, and heartbroken until the very end. He's at rest now, and one hopes he's with Jacques again, wherever that may be. This case became one of Missouri's most notorious murder cases. It was covered in multiple true crime documentaries and news specials. People across the country followed the story of the mother of triplets who disappeared, the husband who taunted police, the family that never gave up, and the children left behind. But beyond the headlines, beyond the documentaries, beyond the courtroom drama, this is really a story about a woman who tried to leave an abusive marriage. Jacques knew Clay was dangerous. She knew he'd threatened to kill her, and still she had to try. She had to get herself and her children to safety. She did everything right. She confided in her family. She worked with attorneys. She had a plan, and Clay killed her anyway. Domestic violence is not a private matter. It's not something to be ignored or minimized. When someone says, "He threatened to kill me," believe them. When someone says, "I'm afraid," help them. Jacques' family did everything they could, and it still wasn't enough to save her. But their vigilance, their quick action, their refusal to let Clay get away with it, that's what eventually brought him to justice. If you or someone you know is experiencing domestic violence, please reach out for help. The National Domestic Violence Hotline is available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at 1-800-799-7233. or text BEGIN to 88788. Help is available. You are not alone. If this is your first time listening to one of our true crime stories, welcome to Mr. Sleepy Crime, where we explore these cases in a calm and respectful way. I also want to take a moment to appreciate my amazing subscribers who've been rocking with me. Thank you so much for your continued support. If you're still awake and listening, don't forget to drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from and the current time in your corner of the world. Or just say something to let me know you're still here. And if you haven't already, be sure to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss our next true crime stories for sleep. Now let's move on to our second story. Story 2. Tonight, I'll tell you a story. A story about a sunny morning in Florida. About a marriage that lasted only 6 months. About cameras hidden in cars and a crime scene that never was. This is the story of Mike DiPolito, and the morning his world turned upside down. In the summer of 2008, in the warm palm-lined streets of Boynton Beach, Florida, two people met under circumstances neither would probably admit to their families. Michael DiPolito was a man in his late 30s, a self-employed marketer with a complicated past. He had served time in federal prison years earlier for an investment fraud scheme that had cost investors nearly $200,000. When he walked out of those prison gates, he carried with him a probation sentence that would stretch all the way to the year 2032. Mike was married at the time, living what appeared to be a settled life. But something was missing. Through a website that connected clients with escorts, he met a young woman named Dahlia Muhammad. She was 26 years old, beautiful, with long dark hair and striking green eyes. Dahlia had been raised in New York by an Egyptian father and Peruvian mother before her family relocated to Florida when she was 13. After graduating from high school in the year 2000, she had tried her hand at real estate but found more lucrative work as an escort. The connection between Mike and Dahlia was immediate and electric. What began as a business arrangement transformed into something else entirely. Mike fell deeply, completely in love. Dahlia was unlike anyone he had ever known. And for Mike, who had made his share of mistakes in life, she represented a fresh start, a second chance at happiness. Within months, Mike made a decision that would change everything. He filed for divorce from his first wife, Maria. The divorce was finalized on February 3rd, 2009. 5 days later, on February 8th, Mike and Dahlia were married. 5 days. From divorce to new marriage in less than a week. It was a whirlwind romance. The kind you see in movies, where love conquers all obstacles and rushes forward without looking back. The newlyweds settled into Mike's townhouse, valued at approximately $250,000 in Boynton Beach. They spent their evenings curled up together on the couch, watching reality television shows. Both Mike and Dahlia dreamed of that life, the glamorous existence they saw on their screen. The expensive cars, the beautiful homes, the cameras following your every move. They wanted fame. They wanted fortune. They wanted to be noticed. But in the humid Florida heat, beneath the surface of those dreams, something else was growing. Something darker. Marriage is never easy, but for Mike and Dahlia, trouble arrived almost immediately. Mike began to notice strange things happening around him. Anonymous tips reached the Boynton Beach Police Department, claiming that Mike DiPolito was dealing drugs. Officers would pull him over, search his vehicle, question him. Mike, already on probation for his previous conviction, was terrified. One violation, one wrong move, could send him back to prison for years. He couldn't understand it. He wasn't dealing drugs. He had learned his lesson from his past mistakes. But the tips kept coming. The police kept showing up. And Mike's anxiety grew with each encounter. Then there were the mornings when Mike would wake up feeling violently ill. On one occasion, after Dahlia brought him a coffee from Starbucks, he became so sick that he was bedridden for days, his body racked with pain, his stomach in knots. At the time, he thought it was food poisoning or perhaps a flu. He never suspected that the woman sleeping beside him, the woman he had rushed to marry, might have put something in his drink. Antifreeze. Some would later speculate, a clear, sweet-tasting liquid that could kill in sufficient quantities or make someone desperately ill. Mike's world was becoming increasingly unstable, and in his fear he made a decision that would have devastating consequences. By the end of July 2009, convinced that he might be arrested on false drug charges, Mike signed over the title to his townhouse to Dahlia. He wanted to protect his assets. He told himself, if he went to prison, at least Dahlia would have a home. At least something would be safe. He didn't know that Dahlia herself had been the one making those anonymous calls to police. He didn't know that every moment of his growing paranoia was part of a carefully constructed plan. And he didn't know that by signing over his home, he had just given her exactly what she wanted. But someone else knew what Dahlia was planning. His name was Mohammed Shihadeh. Mohammed Shihadeh was 40 years old, a Jordanian businessman who owned several gas stations in the Boynton Beach area. He lived the life that Mike and Dahlia aspired to, traveling to Las Vegas to play poker, enjoying the fruits of his business success. He had known Dahlia for approximately 15 years, far longer than Mike had. Their relationship had always been complicated, flirtatious, on and off. When Dahlia needed something, she would call Mohammed, and Mohammed would help. It was through one of his gas stations that they had first met. She had walked in one day, and Mohammed was immediately drawn to her. They bonded over their Middle Eastern heritage, and over the years that bond deepened into something more than friendship, though less than a committed relationship. In July of 2009, just 5 months after Dahlia had married Mike, she reached out to Mohammed with an unusual request. She told him that Mike was abusive, that he was controlling, that she needed to escape the marriage. She asked Mohammed if he knew anyone who could kill Mike for her. Mohammed was stunned. This wasn't a casual conversation about divorce or separation. Dahlia was talking about murder. She was serious, her voice calm and determined as she explained what she wanted. She offered Mohammed money, $1,200, to help her find a hitman, to buy a gun, to make arrangements. Mohammed faced a terrible choice. He cared about Dahlia, had cared about her for years, but this was beyond anything he could accept. On July 31st, 2009, Mohammed walked into the Boynton Beach Police Department and told them everything. He said that a friend named Delilah was trying to hire someone to kill her husband. The police were immediately interested, but they needed more than just Mohammed's word. They needed evidence. They needed proof. And so they made Mohammed a confidential informant and equipped his car with hidden cameras and recording devices. The next time Dahlia contacted him about her plan, everything would be captured on video. On August 1st, Mohammed met Dahlia at a gas station. The cameras were rolling as they talked. Dahlia's voice was clear and unwavering as she discussed hiring a hitman. She wanted Mike dead. She wanted him out of her life permanently. Mohammed told her he had found someone who could do the job. Someone who would need $1,200 to purchase a weapon and complete the hit. Dahlia agreed without hesitation. She gave Mohammed the money, and the trap began to close around her. The Boynton Beach Police Department now had Dahlia on camera, discussing murder, handing over money for a weapon, clearly demonstrating intent. But they wanted to go further. They wanted to catch her in the act, to create a case so airtight that there could be no doubt, no escape. They contacted an undercover detective named Woody Jane and asked him to pose as a hitman. On August 3rd, 2009, Dahlia met with Detective Jane at a CVS parking lot. She didn't know cameras were recording everything. She didn't know that the man sitting across from her was a police officer. In that parking lot, over the course of 23 minutes, Dahlia sealed her fate. The video shows her discussing the murder in chilling detail. She wanted Mike killed while she was at the gym, she explained. That way she would have an alibi. The hitman should make it look like a burglary gone wrong. Break into the house, shoot Mike, make it appear random. Detective Jean, staying in character, asked her specific questions. Was she certain about this? Did she understand what she was asking him to do? He told her he would shoot Mike twice in the head. He told her that once they proceeded, there would be no turning back, no opportunity to change her mind. Dahlia nodded along, her face calm. She told him she was 5,000% sure she wanted Mike dead. When asked about payment, she agreed to $7,000 total. She also suggested an alternative plan. The hitman could follow Mike to a bank, wait for him to withdraw $10,000, kill him and take the money as payment. Mike would in effect finance his own murder. The police now had everything they needed, but they decided to go even further to create a moment so dramatic, so theatrical, that it would become one of the most infamous sting operations in recent American history. It happened that the reality television show Cops was filming in Boynton Beach at that time. The police made an arrangement with the show's producers. They would stage a fake murder scene at Mike and Dahlia's home, and the cameras would be there to record Dahlia's reaction when she was told her husband was dead. August 5th, 2009, began like any other day for Dahlia DiPolito. She woke early, around 5:45 in the morning, and prepared to go to the gym. Mike was still recovering from recent surgery, so he stayed in bed as Dahlia gathered her things. She kissed him goodbye, walked out to her car, and drove the short distance to the gym. But Mike didn't go back to sleep. Minutes after Dahlia left, there was a knock on his door. When he opened it, he found Boynton Beach police officers standing on his doorstep. They told him to come with them immediately. They told him about his wife's plan to have him murdered. They told him that this morning, while Dahlia was at the gym, the supposed hitman was scheduled to kill him in his own home. Mike's world collapsed in that moment. The woman he loved, the woman he had divorced his first wife to marry, the woman he had signed over his house to protect, wanted him dead. As the reality sank in, police officers explained what would happen next. They needed to stage his murder. They needed Dahlia to believe the plan had succeeded. And they needed to capture her reaction. Police quickly transformed the townhouse into a crime scene. They put up yellow tape, spread fingerprint dust, brought in police vehicles with flashing lights. They made it look as authentic as possible, and then they removed Mike from the property, taking him somewhere safe where he could watch events unfold from a distance. Meanwhile, at the gym, Dahlia received a phone call. It was Sergeant Frank Ramsey from the Boynton Beach Police Department. His voice was urgent, official. He told her she needed to come home immediately. Something terrible had happened. Dahlia drove home, her heart likely racing, though whether from excitement or fear, no one could say. When she arrived at her street, she found it blocked with police cars, crime scene tape stretching across her front yard, officers moving purposefully around her home. She parked and walked toward the scene. Sergeant Ramsey approached her. The cops' cameras were rolling, hidden from Dahlia's view, but capturing everything. Ramsey asked her to confirm her name, to verify that this was her residence. Then he told her what she had been waiting to hear. Mike was dead. Someone had broken into the house and shot him. Dahlia's reaction was immediate and dramatic. She screamed. She collapsed into Ramsey's arms, her body shaking, her voice crying no over and over again. She asked to go inside, to see Mike, but the officers told her no. The crime scene needed to be preserved. If she wanted to help, if she wanted them to catch whoever did this, she needed to come to the station and tell them everything she knew about Mike's life, his connections, anyone who might have wanted him dead. Through her tears, Dahlia agreed. She got into the police car and was driven to the Boynton Beach Police Department. The cameras followed her every move. Later, investigators would note something interesting about Dahlia's emotional display. The shaking, the screaming, collapse into the sergeant's arms. But no actual tears. Not a single one. At the police station, Dahlia was placed in a small interrogation room. She sat at a table, her face in her hands, waiting. She still believed Mike was dead. She still thought her plan had worked. In her mind, she was a grieving widow, shocked by the sudden violence that had torn her life apart. Then Detective Sheridan entered the room. Behind him, in handcuffs, was the hitman she had met in the CVS parking lot. Tobias stared at him. She swore she had never seen him before. Sheridan's voice was calm, but firm. You're going to jail today for solicitation of murder. You're under arrest. That's an undercover police officer. We filmed everything that you did. The color drained from Dahlia's face. She leaned forward, shock finally registering as genuine. I didn't do anything, she repeated, over and over as tears began to form in her eyes. Real tears this time. Your husband is well and alive, Sheridan told her. The door opened again, and there was Mike, standing in the doorway, very much alive, very much aware of what his wife had tried to do. Oh my God, Dahlia said, her voice breaking. Come here, please. Come here. But Mike didn't come to her. He stood in the doorway, looking at the woman he had married. Just 6 months earlier, the woman who had plotted to have him killed for his money and his home. He said nothing. There was nothing left to say. As the interrogation began in earnest, Dahlia refused to answer questions. She pouted, cried, asked repeatedly to call her mother. The evidence against her was overwhelming. The videos, the audio recordings, the testimony from Mohammed and the undercover officer, the fake crime scene, everything pointed to one inescapable conclusion. Dahlia Dippolito had tried to have her husband murdered. She was formally charged with solicitation to commit first-degree murder, a crime that carried a potential sentence of up to 30 years in prison. She was released the next day on $25,000 bail, fitted with an electronic ankle bracelet, and placed under house arrest at her mother's home. The videos of the sting operation were released to the public and quickly went viral. The footage of Dahlia meeting with the undercover officer, discussing murder with such cold calculation, the video of her arriving home to find the fake crime scene, her theatrical collapse into the sergeant's arms, the moment in the interrogation room when she learned Mike was alive. Millions of people watched, fascinated and horrified by what they saw. Dahlia Dippolito's first trial began in April of 2011. By then, the case had become a media sensation. The videos replayed endlessly on television news programs and internet sites. Public opinion had largely already convicted her, but in the courtroom, her defense attorney, Michael Salnick, presented a surprising argument. It was all fake, he claimed. The entire murder-for-hire plot was a scripted performance, an elaborate hoax designed to get Mike and Dahlia noticed by reality television producers. Mike Salnick argued, was a fan of shows like Jersey Shore and Cheaters. He had orchestrated the entire scheme, hoping it would capture the attention of someone in the television industry and launch them to fame. Dahlia, according to this defense, believed she was participating in a video project with Mike and Mohammed. She thought the cameras were recording a fake scenario that would be edited and presented to television executives. She expected Mike to reveal the hoax after she was arrested, clearing her name and launching their joint reality show. It was an audacious defense, almost unbelievable in its scope, and both Mike and Mohammed denied it completely. They testified under oath that Dahlia had genuinely wanted Mike dead, that there had been no video project, no planned hoax, no reality show scheme. The prosecution, led by Elizabeth Parker, painted a different picture. Dahlia, they argued, was a calculating gold digger who had married Mike for his money and his townhouse. She had discovered he wasn't as wealthy as she hoped, and she had a lover, Mike Stanley, with whom she was exchanging explicit text messages even while planning her husband's murder. She wanted Mike dead so she could take his assets and be with Stanley free from any messy divorce proceedings. The evidence was damning. The jury watched the video of Dahlia meeting with the undercover officer, heard her say she was 5,000% sure she wanted Mike dead. They saw the fake crime scene, her emotional display, the moment of revelation in the interrogation room. They read the text messages between Dahlia and her lover. After just 3 hours of deliberation, the jury returned a verdict: guilty of solicitation to commit first-degree murder. The judge presiding over the sentencing called Dahlia's plot pure evil. He sentenced her to 20 years in state prison. Mike, sitting in the courtroom, felt a mixture of relief and sadness. It makes you realize how serious what was really going on was, he told reporters later. It's just something you can't imagine anybody could really do. Dahlia was taken away to begin her sentence. For most people, that would have been the end of the story. But Dahlia's legal team wasn't finished fighting. In 2013, Dahlia's attorneys filed an appeal, arguing that the jury in her first trial had been improperly selected. They claimed that during jury selection, potential jurors had been questioned as a group rather than individually about their knowledge of the case. Given the extensive media coverage, this group questioning might have tainted the jury pool, allowing people who had already formed opinions about Dahlia's guilt to serve on the jury. The Florida Appeals Court agreed. In a stunning reversal, they overturned Dahlia's conviction and ordered a new trial. After serving several years in prison, Dahlia was released on house arrest at her mother's home to await her second trial. She was fitted with an ankle bracelet and required to remain at home, except for approved activities. During this time, Dahlia gave her first interview, speaking to ABC News' 2020 program. There were strict conditions on what questions could be asked, but Dahlia maintained her innocence. She insisted that the murder-for-hire plot had been a hoax, that she had been acting, that she expected Mike to reveal the truth before things went too far. Her second trial began in December of 2016. This time, her defense team, led by attorney Brian Claypool, took a more aggressive approach. They didn't just claim it was a hoax. They attacked the Boynton Beach Police Department itself, arguing that officers had been more interested in creating dramatic television content for cops than conducting a proper investigation. They suggested that police had manipulated evidence, destroyed records, and pressured Mohammed into becoming an informant. They pointed out that Mohammed had a troubled history of his own. In March of 2017, just months before he would testify at Dahlia's third trial, Mohammed had been found unconscious outside a motel room where a woman had died of a drug overdose. Police had investigated but filed no charges. His credibility, the defense argued, was questionable, but the prosecution maintained their position. They replayed the videos, presented the audio recordings, showed the text messages. No amount of police misconduct, they argued, could explain away Dahlia's own words on those recordings. "I'm 5,000% sure. I want him dead." The evidence spoke for itself. This time, however, the jury couldn't agree. After 9 hours of deliberation spread over 2 days, they sent a note to the judge. They were hopelessly deadlocked. The judge polled them privately and discovered they were split 3-3, perfectly divided. He had no choice but to declare a mistrial. Dahlia returned to house arrest. The prosecution announced they would try her a third time, and Dahlia, now the mother of a young son born during her time on house arrest, continued to maintain her innocence. The third and final trial began in June of 2017. By now, 8 years had passed since that August morning, when Mike thought he might die in his own home. 8 years of legal battles, media coverage, public scrutiny. The story had become a fixture in true crime culture. The videos watched millions of times online. This trial moved more quickly than the others. The evidence remained the same, the arguments familiar, but something was different this time. The jury, selected carefully after 2 previous trials, seemed to view the case with fresh clarity. On June 16, 2017, after just 90 minutes of deliberation, they returned with their verdict: guilty of solicitation to commit first-degree murder. Dahlia showed little visible reaction. She had been through this before, after all. But this time there would be no appeal based on jury selection. This time, the conviction would stand. On July 21, 2017, Dahlia appeared before Circuit Judge Glenn Kelly for sentencing. Mike was there testifying about the impact of Dahlia's plot on his life. Prosecutors argued for the maximum sentence, describing Dahlia as manipulative, calculating, dangerous. They recounted how she had acted in a cold, sophisticated manner, putting a plan in place to kill Mike while maintaining an alibi. Dahlia's attorney, Craig Rosenfeld, argued for probation, calling Dahlia's actions the worst moment of her life, and insisting she had lived an otherwise exemplary life. He asked the judge to show mercy, to consider that Dahlia had a young son who needed his mother. But Judge Kelly's decision was firm. He noted that Dahlia had acted in a cold and calculated manner, that she had been manipulating multiple people in her effort to have Mike killed, that she had shown no genuine remorse. He sentenced her to 16 years in state prison. Dahlia was taken from the courtroom and transported to Lowell Correctional Facility in Ocala, Florida. Her projected release date was set for February 21, 2031, though with good behavior and other factors, that date could potentially change. Her defense team immediately began planning appeals, but the Florida Supreme Court rejected her case in 2019. In February of 2020, the United States Supreme Court declined to hear her appeal. The legal battle, it seemed, was finally over. Mohammed Shahed, the man who had first alerted police to Dahlia's plots, struggled after the trials ended. His testimony had been crucial in securing Dahlia's conviction, but it had come at a personal cost. He had lost a longtime friend. He had been thrust into the public eye. His own demons, including drug abuse, continued to haunt him. On October 24, 2021, Mohammed was found dead in his apartment in Sebring, Florida, about 80 miles south of Orlando. His brother discovered him after family members couldn't reach him for 2 days. Police found no signs of foul play, and the exact cause of death was not made public. He was 40 years old. Mike DiPolito, meanwhile, tried to rebuild his life. He found love again with a woman named Gloria, whom he met at a restaurant. They connected, began dating, and eventually Mike proposed. In interviews, he spoke cautiously about his happiness, saying it was sometimes hard to accept that good things could happen to him after everything he had been through. Whether Mike and Gloria's relationship lasted is unclear from public records, as Mike has kept a low profile since 2021, but he had done what many thought impossible. He had moved forward with his life, leaving behind the trauma of that August morning, and the woman who tried to have him killed. As for Dahlia, she remains in Lowell Correctional Facility. Her attorney, Brian Claypool, continues to describe her as the most misunderstood woman in the United States, insisting that the public perception of her doesn't match the person he knows. In interviews from prison, Dahlia has maintained her resilience, relying on her faith to cope with incarceration. She gets occasional visits from her son, who lives with her mother. The separation from her child is painful. She has said in interviews, heartbreaking in ways that are difficult to describe. She continues to insist on her innocence, continues to claim that the videos show her acting, that the entire situation was a misunderstood attempt at reality television fame. But the videos remain accessible to anyone with an internet connection. The moment when Dahlia tells the undercover officer she's 5,000% sure she wants Mike dead. The fake crime scene, her dramatic collapse, the interrogation room, revelation. These images have become iconic in true crime culture, replayed in documentaries, discussed in podcasts, analyzed in online forums. And so we come to the end of this story, a story about a marriage that lasted 6 months, a murder plot that was captured on camera, and a legal battle that stretched across 8 years and 3 trials. It's a story about dreams of fame and fortune, about manipulation and betrayal, about the lengths one person might go to get what they want. Was Dahlia DiPolito truly trying to have her husband killed? The evidence suggests yes. 3 juries, across 3 separate trials, heard that evidence and reached the same conclusion. The videos don't lie, prosecutors argued. Her own words, captured on camera, told the truth about her intentions. Or was she, as she and her defenders claim, a woman caught in a misunderstood situation, acting out a script that spiraled beyond her control, manipulated by police, eager for dramatic television content? That question, perhaps, will never be fully answered to everyone's satisfaction. What we know for certain is this. On August 5th, 2009, Mike DiPolito woke up expecting an ordinary day and instead learned that his wife of 6 months had orchestrated a plan to have him killed. We know that the Boynton Beach Police Department staged an elaborate sting operation, complete with a fake murder scene and hidden cameras. We know that the videos of that operation went viral, making Dahlia one of the most recognizable figures in American true crime. And we know that Dahlia is now serving a 16-year sentence in a Florida prison. The townhouse where Mike and Dahlia once watched reality television together, dreaming of fame, still stands in Boynton Beach. The CVS parking lot where Dahlia met with the undercover officer remains unchanged. The beach is still there, waves still lapping against the shore under the Florida sun. But for the people involved, nothing will ever be quite the same. Mike carries the knowledge that someone he loved wanted him dead. Dahlia carries the weight of her conviction, and the years stretching ahead of her in prison. Mohammed Shihadeh is gone, taking whatever inner truth he knew about that summer to his grave. The case of Mike DiPolito reminds us that reality television dreams can turn dark, that marriage, entered into quickly and without full knowledge of the other person, can hide dangerous secrets, that the cameras we think will make us famous might instead capture our darkest moments for the world to see forever. And sometimes when the police knock on your door early in the morning with news that changes everything, the person you need to fear most is the one sleeping beside you. If you're still awake and listening, check whether you've left your little goodnight comment. I always check your comments before I sleep too. And if you haven't already, don't forget to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss our next true crime stories for sleep. Meanwhile, let's move on to our third story. Story 3. Tonight, let me tell you a story. A story that unfolded in the quiet neighborhoods of Tucson, Arizona, where the desert sun beats down during the day, and the nights bring a cool stillness that blankets the city. This is a story about a man who lived boldly, worked hard, and made both friends and enemies along the way. It's about the moment when someone's jealousy and rage turned deadly, and how the careful work of investigators slowly unraveled the truth. Let me take you back to the summer of 2016, when a morning that should have been ordinary became the beginning of something tragic. The 18th of July, 2016, started like any other morning in Tucson. The sun was already climbing into the sky, promising another hot Arizona day. But for Christina Trepanitis, something felt wrong from the very first moment she woke up. Christina, who went by Christy, had been engaged to Nicholas Morales for several months. She had waited 40 years to find the right person. She would later say, and when she met Nick, she knew he was the one. They were planning their wedding, talking about their future together, building a life. Every morning Nick would text her. It was part of their routine, a small gesture that connected them even when they weren't together. But that morning there was no text, no call, nothing. Christy tried to push away the worry, and maybe he overslept, maybe his phone died. But as the morning wore on and she still heard nothing, the unease grew stronger. She called him, once, twice. No answer. She tried his work phone. Still nothing. By mid-morning, she couldn't ignore the gnawing feeling in her stomach anymore. She got in her car and drove to Nick's house. A comfortable home in a quiet Tucson neighborhood. She had a key. She let herself in, calling his name as she walked through the rooms. The house was quiet. Too quiet. She made her way to the master bedroom. And that's when her world shattered. Nick was lying on the floor, naked, motionless. There was blood. So much blood, and holes, bullet holes, in his body and the walls, everywhere. She later told investigators that she zeroed in on him immediately, and in that instant she knew. The man she was supposed to marry, the man she had waited her whole life to find, was gone. Her hands shaking, she called 911. Her voice was breaking as she told the dispatcher what she had found. The man she loved, dead, riddled with bullets in his own bedroom. When detectives from the Pima County Sheriff's Department arrived at the scene, they were met with a brutal picture. Nicholas Morales, 45 years old, a former United States Marine, lay dead in his bedroom. He had been shot 8 times. 8 times. One of those bullets had struck him directly in the middle of his forehead, a fatal shot that would have ended his life almost instantly. The investigators counted 11 shell casings scattered around the room. The walls were popped with bullet holes, suggesting that Nick may have tried to move, tried to escape his attacker, but there had been no escape. This wasn't a crime of passion that spiraled out of control. This was an execution. But there was more. A large piece of the bedroom rug was missing, clearly cut away. There was blood on a broken window pane. The floor was sticky in places and smelled strongly of mouthwash, as if someone had tried to clean up, tried to wash away evidence. And yet, despite the violence, despite the 8 shots fired, none of Nick's neighbors had reported hearing gunshots. One neighbor mentioned hearing an odd noise, maybe around 4 in the morning, but they hadn't been sure what it was. Detective Jennifer Garcia took charge of the investigation. This was her first major homicide case, and it would prove to be one of the most complex she would ever work. As she stood in that bedroom looking at the scene, one thing became clear. Whoever did this had planned it. They had used a silencer to muffle the shots. They had tried to clean up afterward, and they had known exactly when and how to strike. But why? And who? To understand who would want Nick Morales dead, the investigators had to understand who he was. And Nicholas Morales was, by all accounts, a man of contrasts. Born on November 13th, 1970. Nick grew up outside Tucson with his 2 brothers, John and Jason, and his sister, Jessica. He was the prankster of the family, always getting into trouble or getting his siblings into trouble. His brother, John, who was just 18 months older, would later remember Nick as his partner in crime, his closest friend. They had each other's backs, always. When Nick turned 18, he did what his brother had done before him. He enlisted in the United States Marine Corps. He served for just under 4 years. And during that time he saw combat. He was deployed during the Gulf War, and his service earned him the Southwest Asia Service Medal, the Kuwait Liberation Medal, and the Combat Action Ribbon. He was a Marine through and through, tough, disciplined, and fearless. After leaving the military, Nick came home and built a civilian life. He got married, became a father to his son, Nicholas Jr. He pursued a career in aviation, starting out as an aircraft mechanic and working his way up. By 2016, he was the director of maintenance at Marana Aerospace Solutions, a position that put him in charge of a large team and a lot of responsibility. But Nick's leadership style was not for everyone. He was demanding. He was direct. If you weren't doing your job, he would let you know. Some people respected him for it. They appreciated his no-nonsense approach, his dedication to getting things done right, but others found him difficult, abrasive even. He made enemies at work, people who felt humiliated or belittled by his management style. And then there was his personal life. Nick was, to put it simply, a ladies' man. After his marriage ended, he dated several women, often from his workplace. He was charming, confident, charismatic, but he also left a trail of broken hearts. Women who felt used, discarded. His relationships were complicated, messy, and they created tension in an already high-pressure environment. By the time he met Christy, he seemed ready to settle down. He proposed, and she said yes. They were planning their future together, but the ghosts of his past, both professional and personal, were still there, lurking in the shadows. And one of those ghosts, the investigators would come to learn, had decided Nick needed to pay. When Detective Garcia began interviewing people in Nick's life, she quickly realized this case wouldn't be simple. Nick had enemies. A lot of them. There were the ex-girlfriends. 2 women in particular had been involved with Nick in the months before his death. Jessica Stillwell and another woman named Claudia Banks. Both of them had been hurt by Nick. Both had reasons to feel angry. But as Garcia dug deeper, neither of them seemed to fit. They had alibis. And more importantly, there was no physical evidence connecting them to the crime. Then there were Nick's co-workers. Several people at Marana Aerospace Solutions had complained about him. He was tough on his employees, and some of them had filed grievances. One person stood out almost immediately. James Lappin. James was a safety inspector at Marana Aerospace. He was 35 years old, married, and by all appearances living a normal life. But his relationship with Nick had been tense for a long time. James had filed a formal complaint against Nick just 11 days before the murder. He said Nick had reprimanded him for parking in a restricted area, and for using a personal tablet during work hours. James felt Nick was out to get him, that Nick was making his life miserable. But there was something else, something even more personal. James was having an affair with Jessica Stillwell, Nick's ex-girlfriend. Jessica and Nick had dated briefly, but it ended badly. Nick had cheated on her and she had moved out. Now she was with James, and James knew that Jessica had once been with Nick. That connection, that tangled web of relationships, caught Detective Garcia's attention. 3 days after the murder, detectives went to Marana Aerospace to interview employees. When they spoke to James Lappin, they noticed something immediately. He had a bandage on his left arm. When they asked him about it, he said he had fallen through an airplane hatch at work. Co-workers confirmed the story. It seemed plausible, but then James said something odd. Without being asked, he volunteered that he was an excellent marksman. It was a strange thing to bring up in a murder investigation, and it stuck with the detectives. Still, James had an alibi. His wife Serena told police that James had been home with her the entire night of the murder. Asleep in bed beside her, with no concrete evidence and a solid alibi, the investigation stalled. Days turned into weeks, and Garcia and her team felt the weight of the case pressing down on them. They had suspects, but no proof. They had theories, but no answers. And then Nick's brother John did something that changed everything. John Morelos couldn't sit still while his brother's killer walked free. He started asking questions, talking to people, doing his own investigation. And one day someone told him something that made his blood run cold. James Lappin had been seen at a shop, trying to buy a tool to repair a gun silencer. John immediately called Detective Garcia and told her what he had learned. Garcia knew this was the break they needed. She obtained a search warrant for James Lappin's home. When investigators arrived at James's house, they found a treasure trove of evidence. There were 18 boxes of .45 caliber bullets, the same type of ammunition used to kill Nick. There were 2 spent shell casings that matched the ones found at the crime scene. There was an empty box for a silencer, and perhaps most damning of all, there was a pair of work pants with blood on them. hidden on top of a cupboard. They also searched James's van. Inside, they found carpet fibers that matched the missing piece of rug from Nick's bedroom. The physical evidence was overwhelming. But there was still one problem: Serena's alibi. She had sworn her husband was home that night, but as the investigation continued, cracks began to appear in that story. Serena Lapin was a sergeant first class in the army, a strong woman, an alpha female. As she described herself, she had met James at a dance class, and despite her initial reluctance, he had pursued her relentlessly until she agreed to go out with him. They got married and had 2 children together, but their marriage was not what it appeared to be. From the outside, James was controlling, he was abusive. Serena was afraid of him. When detectives came back to interview her again, this time with the evidence they had found in James's home, Serena broke. She couldn't keep lying. Not anymore. She admitted that she had lied about James being home that night. He had left the house in the middle of the night, sometime around 3 or 3:30 in the morning. When he came back just before dawn, his arms were covered in blood. He told her he had cut himself on glass. He made her promise not to tell anyone, but she knew. Deep down, she knew what he had done. With Serena's testimony and the mountain of physical evidence, the case against James Lapin became airtight. The DNA from the blood found at Nick's crime scene matched James's DNA. The carpet fibers matched. The shell casings matched. Everything pointed to one man, James Lapin. As the trial approached, prosecutors began to piece together the full picture of what had happened and why. James Lapin had been jealous of Nick Morellis for a long time. Nick was everything James wasn't. Confident, charismatic, successful with women. James had filed complaints about Nick at work, but nothing had changed. If anything, it seemed like Nick only got tougher on him. And then there was Jessica. James was in love with her, but he knew she had been with Nick. He knew that Nick had been with other women from their workplace too. In James's mind, Nick was the problem. Nick was the one who needed to be dealt with. So James made a plan. He had asked Jessica about Nick's dog, Smokey, a pit bull who was protective of Nick. In a text message the night before the murder, James asked Jessica about the dog's name and habits. She told him Smokey was let out every morning at 4 a.m. On the night of July 17th, going into the early morning of July 18th, James left his house. He drove to Nick's home. He climbed onto the roof of the back patio, positioning himself outside Nick's bedroom window. He waited until 4 a.m., when he knew Smokey would be let out. Then, with a .45 caliber pistol equipped with a silencer, he fired through the window. The first shots may have missed or only wounded Nick, because investigators found bullet holes in the walls, suggesting Nick tried to move, tried to hide. But James climbed through the window and finished what he started. He shot Nick 8 times, including one final shot to the forehead. He tried to clean up. He cut away a piece of the rug that had soaked up blood. He wiped surfaces with mouthwash. But in his haste, he left behind his own blood from cuts he sustained breaking through the window. He left shell casings. He left evidence. And when he got home covered in blood, he made his wife lie for him. James Lapin's trial lasted 9 days. The prosecution presented their case methodically, laying out the evidence piece by piece. They showed the jury the shell casings, the carpet fibers, the blood-stained pants. They presented DNA evidence that conclusively matched James to the crime scene. They brought Serena to the stand, and she told the truth about what her husband had done. The defense argued that the DNA evidence was circumstantial, that it didn't prove James had been there the night of the murder. They tried to create reasonable doubt, but the jury wasn't convinced. On October 2nd, 2018, James Lapin was found guilty of first-degree murder and first-degree burglary. A month later, on November 2nd, he was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, plus an additional 10.5 years for the burglary charge. For Christy, for Nick's family, the verdict brought some measure of peace. It wouldn't bring Nick back. It wouldn't undo the horror of that morning when Christy found the man she loved dead on the floor. But it meant that justice had been served. The person responsible was behind bars, where he would remain for the rest of his life. Detective Jennifer Garcia, who had worked tirelessly on her first major homicide case, could finally close the file. She had done what she set out to do. She had found the truth. James Lapin is currently incarcerated at the ASP Red Rock Correctional Center in Eloy, Arizona. He has moved from maximum security to medium security over the years. And according to prison records, he has participated in various programs, peer relationships, communication skills, individual change. He even worked handling board games at one point. An oddly normal task in such an abnormal place. But no amount of programming, no amount of time will ever erase what he did. Nick Morelos was 45 years old when he died. He was a father, a brother, a fiancé. He was a Marine who had served his country, a man who built a career, who lived life on his own terms. He wasn't perfect. He made mistakes. He hurt people. But he didn't deserve what happened to him. Christy Trepanitis, as of 2023, still works as a clinical dietitian in Tucson. She has moved forward with her life, but those who know her say she still carries Nick's memory with her. She waited 40 years to find him, and in the end she had him for only a short while. The case reminds us that violence can erupt from the smallest seeds of resentments, jealousy, and rage. A workplace grudge, a romantic rivalry, bruised egos, and broken hearts. Sometimes these things fade, and sometimes they turn deadly. Please, I'm just putting it out there. If you're still awake and listening, drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from, the time in your part of the world, or just say something to let me know you're still with me. And of course, if you haven't already, like this video and subscribe so you don't miss the next true crime story for sleep. Now, let's move on to our fourth story. Story 4. Tonight, let me tell you a story. A story that begins not with darkness, but with light. With a woman whose life was defined by kindness, by dedication, by the simple act of showing up for the people who needed her most. This is the story of Kay Baker, a third-grade teacher from Florida, whose life ended far too soon on a quiet street in Lithia. But before we reach that tragic night, we must first understand who Kay was, the life she built, and the shadows that eventually found her. Take a breath, relax, and listen. Kyle Elizabeth Baker came into this world on April 29, 1979, in Lansing, Michigan. Born to Mignon Warner and David MP, she grew up in the heartland of America, where seasons changed dramatically and community mattered. From her earliest days, Kay showed a natural inclination toward caring for others. As a teenager, she earned money babysitting, finding joy in the laughter of children and the responsibility of keeping them safe. After graduating from high school, Kay's first job was at a children's daycare. It wasn't glamorous work, but it was meaningful. She would arrive early in the morning, greeting sleepy parents and energetic toddlers with the same warm smile. She had a gift for reading children, understanding their moods, their needs, their unspoken fears. This gift would follow her throughout her life. Kay pursued her passion formally, studying elementary education in college. She was particularly drawn to mathematics and science, subjects that many children struggled with. Kay believed that every child could understand these concepts if they were taught with patience and creativity. She developed her own methods, her own ways of explaining fractions and ecosystems, always meeting children where they were rather than where she thought they should be. By the time she was a young woman, Kay had 2 sons of her own, Mason and Nicholas. She raised them with the same warmth and dedication she showed her students. She attended their soccer games, cheering from the sidelines. She helped with homework at the kitchen table. She made sure they knew they were loved unconditionally and completely. Kay's first marriage to Kevin Baker eventually ended, but she remained close to her sons and their father. Life moved on, as it does. She kept teaching. She kept showing up. In time, Kay found her way to Florida, drawn by the sunshine and the promise of a fresh start. She settled in the Tampa Bay area, in a quiet suburb called Lithia. It was the kind of place where neighbors knew each other, where kids rode bikes down tree-lined streets, where life felt safe and predictable. Kay secured a position at Cypress Creek Elementary School in Ruskin, teaching third-grade math and science. Her colleagues quickly recognized her talent. Her students adored her. One year, her third graders scored so exceptionally well on their math exams that the district superintendent came to her classroom just to watch her teach, to see what magic she was working. Outside of school, Kay maintained a vibrant social life. She loved trying new restaurants, exploring new places, spending time with friends. She was passionate about Michigan State football, her childhood team, and never missed an opportunity to cheer them on. Friends described her as the kind of person who would give you her last dollar if you needed it. She lit up rooms. She made people smile. She was in every sense of the word beloved. Kay's life was full. Messy sometimes, as all lives are, but fundamentally good. She had her sons, her students, her friends, her community. She had purpose, and then she met Matthew Terry. Matthew Robertson Terry was born and raised in Michigan, not far from where Kay had grown up. He had two brothers. As a child, he enjoyed the outdoors, fishing, exploring the woods, spending time near the water. His family described him as shy but curious. Never a troublemaker. On the surface, Matthew seemed like an ordinary man. He held down jobs. He formed relationships. He could be charming when he wanted to be, but beneath that surface, something darker lurked. Something that revealed itself slowly, insidiously when alcohol flowed and jealousy took hold. In 2015, Matthew met Michelle Rogers through a dating app. They hit it off. Within months, they were living together in Lansing, Michigan. Michelle had a young son from a previous relationship, and Matthew seemed to accept the ready-made family. They talked about the future. They built a life together. By 2016, they welcomed a child of their own, a son. For a while, things seemed stable, but cracks began to show. Matthew drank, and when he drank, he became someone else entirely. Michelle noticed it first in small ways. Accusations, suspicious glances, demands to know where she'd been, and who she'd talked to. The warm, charming man she'd met on that dating app was transforming into someone controlling, someone paranoid. Then came St. Patrick's Day, 2017. It started like any celebration might. Matthew and Michelle spent the afternoon bar hopping around Lansing with friends, enjoying the festive atmosphere. Green beer flowed, music played, but as the day wore on, Matthew's demeanor shifted. He grew increasingly intoxicated, stumbling, incoherent, belligerent. Michelle, growing uncomfortable and concerned, decided too early. She returned to their home alone, hoping Matthew would sleep it off wherever he was. But hours later, she heard the front door open. Matthew was home, and he was furious. What happened next would haunt Michelle forever. Without warning, Matthew pushed her to the ground. He punched her repeatedly. She tried to defend herself, to understand what had triggered this rage. But there was no reasoning with him. He slammed her head into the floor again and again until she blacked out. When Michelle regained consciousness, she was disoriented, her head throbbing, blood in her mouth. She sat on the floor with her head in her hands, trying to make sense of what was happening. That's when she heard it. The sound of Matthew rummaging through the kitchen drawers. He was looking for a knife. Michelle's survival instincts kicked in. She tried to stand, tried to move. But before she could escape, Matthew came up behind her. She felt the blade pierce her neck. The pain was searing, immediate. She couldn't breathe properly. She couldn't scream, but she ran. Michelle bolted for the garage door, her hand clutching her bleeding neck. She managed to get outside into the cold Michigan night. Snow covered the ground. She was bleeding heavily, leaving a trail of bright red in the white snow. Matthew followed her. He stabbed her 3 more times in the shoulder as she tried to crawl away. She wrestled with him, desperate to get the knife away. Finally, she managed to knock it from his hand. She fell on top of it, covering the weapon with her body, knowing that if he got it back, she would die. Matthew didn't stop. He began punching her again. Then, in a horrifying escalation, he started biting her, her face, her arms, anywhere he could reach. Michelle screamed until her lungs burned, until she tasted blood, until she was certain she would die in her own front yard. Neighbors heard the screams. They called 911. They shouted for Matthew to stop. When sirens approached, Matthew finally stood up and walked back into the house, leaving Michelle bleeding in the snow. Police arrived within minutes. They found Michelle barely conscious, covered in blood, with 7 stab wounds and bite marks across her body. Her contact lenses were filled with so much blood that she couldn't see. She had lost a dangerous amount of blood. Paramedics rushed her to the hospital, where she spent 5 days in intensive care. Matthew Terry was arrested and charged with assault with intent to murder. But that's not what he was convicted of. In a plea deal that would later prove catastrophic, Matthew was convicted only of assault with intent to cause great bodily harm, a lesser charge. He was sentenced to up to 10 years in prison. With good behavior in Michigan's parole system, he would serve far less. Michelle Rogers begged the parole board not to release him. She wrote letters. She testified. She warned them that Matthew Terry was dangerous, that he would hurt someone else, that society was not safe with him free. Her warnings went unheeded. In December of 2020, after serving just 3 years, Matthew Terry was released on parole. He moved to Florida. 5 months later, he would meet Kay Baker. Kay and Matthew's relationship began the way many midlife romances do, with optimism and the hope of companionship. Both had been through previous relationships. Both understood life's complications. They connected over shared interests and the comfort of not being alone. Matthew moved into Kay's home on Cateridge Drive. In Lithia, it was a modest house in a quiet neighborhood. Exactly the kind of place Kay had always envisioned for herself. She introduced Matthew to her friends. He met her sons. Life seemed to be moving forward, but Kay's friends noticed things. Small things at first. Matthew was jealous, possessive. He questioned Kay about where she'd been, who she'd talked to. He grew suspicious when she spent time with friends. The warmth and confidence Kay was known for began to dim slightly, replaced by a cautious watchfulness. Still, Kay stayed. Perhaps she believed she could manage it. Perhaps she believed things would improve. Perhaps she simply didn't see the danger signs for what they were. By May of 2022, Kay and Matthew had been together for several months. The school year was ending, always a busy, exciting time for teachers. Kay had guided another class of third graders through a year of math and science. She'd watched them grow, seen them master concepts they once found impossible. She was proud of them. She was ready for summer break. On the evening of Friday, May 27th, Kay and Matthew made plans to celebrate the end of the school year. They would meet up with friends Kelly and Sean Andrews at the Landing Bar and Grill in Valrico, a casual restaurant and bar not far from home. It was supposed to be a fun, relaxing evening, a couple's night out, drinks, dinner, conversation, laughter. The evening started well enough. Security cameras captured Kay in good spirits, smiling and chatting with her friends. She wore comfortable clothes, just a casual Friday night out. Matthew was there beside her, drinking steadily as the evening progressed. The atmosphere was festive. Music played, people danced. Kay, ever social and warm, was enjoying herself. At one point, Kay went to the restroom. On her way back, she spotted her friend Kelly near the bar. The two women embraced, happy to see each other, and began dancing together, just a spontaneous moment of joy between friends. The music was good. The mood was light. As they danced, a man in a white shirt walked past them. He was a complete stranger, unknown to either woman. Caught up in the festive atmosphere, he pumped his fist in the air and briefly joined their dance before continuing on to the restroom. It lasted maybe 5 seconds. It meant nothing, but Matthew Terry saw it. When he emerged from the bathroom moments later, his entire demeanor had changed. His face darkened. His jaw clenched. He approached Kay, and Kelly immediately sensed the shift in energy. "I saw you dancing with that guy," Matthew said, his voice tight with accusation. Kay was confused. "What guy? What are you talking about?" "The guy in the white shirt." "I saw you." Kay tried to explain that she'd been dancing with Kelly, that the man was a stranger who'd merely walked past them, that nothing had happened. But Matthew didn't believe her. He wouldn't believe. Kelly stepped in, trying to defuse the situation. "Matthew, you're being ridiculous. She was dancing with me. Some random guy just walked by for a second." That's it. But Matthew's jealousy had taken hold. Kelly later recalled him saying something strange. "I want to protect my queen and my kingdom." The words sounded almost theatrical, like a line from a movie, but the intensity behind them was real and frightening. The evening was ruined. Kay and Matthew's earlier joy evaporated into tension. They left the bar around 11:30 at night, driving home in uncomfortable silence. In the car, Kay called Kelly and put her on speakerphone, hoping her friend could corroborate the truth, that nothing inappropriate had happened, that Matthew's accusations were unfounded. Kelly confirmed it all again, but Matthew remained unconvinced. They arrived home at the house on Keteridge Drive sometime before midnight. Kay sent Kelly a final text message, thanking her for a good evening and apologizing for how it had ended. It would be the last message Kay ever sent. What happened inside that house over the next hour can only be reconstructed from evidence. Blood spatter, broken doors, a missing knife, and the terrible silence that followed. Investigators believe the argument continued when Kay and Matthew entered the home. Matthew's accusations persisted. His rage grew. At some point, Kay became frightened enough to lock herself in the bedroom. The bedroom door showed signs of forced entry. Matthew had kicked it in. Kay ran to the bathroom. She locked that door too. But Matthew kicked it in as well. Kay must have realized in those terrifying moments that she was in genuine danger. She opened the bathroom window and climbed out, fleeing barefoot into the night. She ran through her own backyard between houses, trying to reach safety, trying to reach neighbors who might help. But Matthew followed her. He had taken a knife from the butcher block in the kitchen, a 3-inch paring knife. It would later be missing from the set, never recovered. In the darkness between Kay's home and her neighbor's property, Matthew caught up to her. What followed was brutal and swift. Matthew attacked Kay with the knife, stabbing her repeatedly. She tried to defend herself. Forensic evidence would later show defensive wounds on her hands. But she couldn't fight off a man armed with a blade. Matthew stabbed her in the neck, in the shoulder, in the back. He cut her throat deeply, severing her carotid artery and jugular vein. The wound was so deep that the medical examiner would later testify that it appeared Matthew had attempted to decapitate her. Kay collapsed face down on the ground in her neighbor's yard. With every beat of her heart, she bled. Within minutes, she was dying. Around 12:30 in the morning, neighbors heard something, a thump followed by strange sounds. One neighbor described it as hearing someone gasping, struggling to breathe. Another heard what sounded like crying. Jonathan and Ruth Figgins, who lived next door, rushed outside. In the darkness, lit only by their flashlight and porch lights, they found Kay lying on the ground. Blood pooled around her. She was trying to breathe, but the sounds she made were terrible. Wet, labored, desperate. Ruth immediately called 911. Her panicked voice would later be played for the jury. "There's a woman in our yard. She's hurt. There's so much blood. Please hurry." Another neighbor, Douglas Hicks, came outside as well. He tried to help, tried to comfort Kay, but it was clear she was gravely injured. He would later testify that he could hear her gasping for air, that he knew she was dying. Hillsborough County Sheriff's deputies arrived within minutes, but it was too late. Kay Baker was pronounced dead at the scene. She was 43 years old. Deputies immediately searched the area. Inside Kay's home, they found a house of horrors, blood trails, kicked-in doors, signs of a violent struggle. One knife was conspicuously missing from the butcher block in the kitchen. Outside, they discovered something else. A blood trail leading away from Kay's body, through the yard, into thick brush and an overgrown line of trees. Someone else was out there. Deputy Brian Polito and his canine partner Champ, a bloodhound specially trained for tracking, were called to the scene. Polito collected a scent article from a leaf with a drop of blood on it. He presented it to Champ and gave the command to track. Champ immediately picked up the scent and began following the trail. Through yards, into the woods, deeper into the darkness. Polito followed, his flashlight cutting through the shadows, his body cam recording everything. After several minutes of tracking, Champ alerted. They'd found something. It was there, lying flat on the ground among the trees, concealed in the undergrowth, was Matthew Terry. He was wearing only a blood-soaked t-shirt and underwear. His hands, arms, and chest were covered in blood. He has blood. He had lacerations on his fingers and hands, likely from gripping the blade, and he had 2 small symmetrical puncture wounds on either side of his neck. Those neck wounds would become a point of contention. Matthew's defense would later claim they proved he'd been attacked by an intruder, that some phantom killer had murdered Kay and then turned on Matthew. But investigators saw something different. The wounds were too clean, too symmetrical, too superficial. They appeared to be self-inflicted. A half-hearted suicide attempt after Matthew realized what he'd done. Deputies ordered Matthew to show his hands. He was arrested immediately and charged with first-degree murder. At the scene, Matthew refused to make any statements without legal representation. He was taken to a hospital to have his wounds treated, then to jail. The sun rose over Lithia that morning. On a community in shock, Kay Baker, beloved teacher, devoted mother, cherished friend, was dead, and the man she trusted, the man she'd allowed into her home and her life, had killed her. In the days following Kay's murder, investigators worked to build their case against Matthew Terry. The physical evidence was damning. Kay's blood was found throughout the house and in the yard. The blood trail led directly to where Matthew was found. DNA testing confirmed that the blood on Matthew's body, clothing, and hands belonged to Kay. The missing knife was never found. Investigators searched the area extensively, including storm drains and surrounding properties. But Matthew had apparently hidden or disposed of it well enough that it remained lost. Forensic analysis of the crime scene revealed the sequence of events. The forced entry into the bedroom, the kicked-in bathroom door, Kay's escape through the window, the chase through the yards, and finally the brutal attack. Medical examiner testimony would later reveal the extent of Kay's injuries. She had sustained multiple stab wounds and incised wounds, 22 in total. Her neck wound was catastrophic, nearly decapitating her. The medical examiner confirmed she'd died from blood loss due to the severed arteries and veins in her neck. Perhaps most compelling was the testimony from witnesses at the Landing Bar and Grill. Security footage showed the entire evening Kay and Matthew arriving in good spirits. Kay dancing with her friend Kelly, the brief moment when the stranger in the white shirt passed by, and Matthew's reaction when he emerged from the bathroom. Kelly Andrews would testify about the accusations Matthew made, about his jealous rage, about the phone call in the car where Kay tried to prove her innocence. And investigators found something else too, something that would prove crucial to understanding who Matthew Terry really was. They discovered his criminal history in Michigan, the attack on Michelle Rogers, the stabbing, the attempted murder charge that was pleaded down, the 3 years in prison. When prosecutors learned about Michelle Rogers, they knew they had to speak with her. They needed to understand if there was a pattern, if Kay's murder was an isolated incident or the tragic repetition of previous violence. Michelle agreed to testify. Matthew Terry's trial began in November of 2022, just 6 months after Kay's murder. Florida law grants defendants the right to a speedy trial, and Matthew had chosen not to waive that right. This meant prosecutors had to prepare their case rapidly, dedicating enormous resources to ensure they were ready. The case had also become politically charged. The original Hillsborough State Attorney, Andrew Warren, had decided not to seek the death penalty. But in August of 2022, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis suspended Warren from office over unrelated policy disagreements. He appointed Susan Lopez as the interim state attorney. One of Lopez's first decisions was to reverse course and seek the death penalty against Matthew Terry. She argued that his actions were especially heinous, cruel, and atrocious, and that given his history of violent behavior, a death sentence was warranted. Matthew's public defenders fought this decision vigorously, even subpoenaing Lopez to testify about whether political motivations had influenced her choice. The motion was ultimately denied, but the controversy added an extra layer of intensity to an already high-profile case. The trial itself lasted 5 days. Prosecutors presented a methodical, devastating case. They played the 911 calls, Ruth Figgins's panicked voice reporting a woman dying in her yard, the desperation and horror audible in every word. They showed body cam footage from the night of the murder, deputies entering Kay's blood-soaked home, the kicked-in doors, the trail of blood leading outside, and finally the canine track that led to Matthew Terry hiding in the woods. Neighbors testified about what they'd heard and seen. Douglas Hicks described finding Kay gasping for air, the terrible sound of someone drowning in their own blood. The medical examiner testified about Kay's injuries in clinical, precise detail. The jury saw autopsy photos. They heard about the severed arteries, the near decapitation, the defensive wounds on Kay's hands. Kelly Andrews took the stand and recounted the evening at the bar, Matthew's unfounded accusations, his possessive behavior, his strange talk about protecting his queen and kingdom. But the most powerful testimony came from Michelle Rogers. On the second day of the trial, Michelle flew to Florida from Michigan. She took the witness stand and through tears told the jury what Matthew Terry had done to her 5 years earlier. She described St. Patrick's Day 2017 in excruciating detail. The bar hopping, Matthew's increasing intoxication, The attack in their home. The stabbing. The bite marks. Lying in the snow, convinced she was going to die. I remember thinking, if you don't get this knife from him, he's going to kill you, Michelle testified. The parallels were unmistakable. Both attacks involved alcohol. Both involved jealousy. Both involved kitchen knives. Both involved neck stabbings. Both occurred after the women tried to escape. The only difference was that Michelle had survived. Matthew's defense attorneys tried to offer an alternative theory. They suggested that a phantom home intruder had attacked Kay and then stabbed Matthew when he tried to chase the intruder down. They pointed to the wounds on Matthew's neck as proof of this theory. They questioned why only 10 of the 50 blood samples had been tested for DNA. They noted the absence of the murder weapon. They tried to create reasonable doubt, but in closing arguments, prosecutor Justin Diaz dismantled this theory piece by piece. "Do not believe in the phantom killer," he told the jury. "One person has Kay Baker's blood on his hands, both literally and figuratively. Matthew Terry killed Kay Baker. He ran from the scene. Those wounds on his neck, they're self-inflicted. He tried to end his own life after he realized what he'd done." Matthew Terry had initially expressed a desire to testify in his own defense. Multiple times he told the judge he wanted to take the stand, but ultimately, following his attorney's advice, he chose not to. On November 15th, 2022, after deliberating for just over 1 hour, the jury returned with a verdict: guilty of first-degree murder. Matthew showed little emotion as the verdict was read. Kay's family and friends in the courtroom wept. The trial now moved to the penalty phase, where the same jury would decide whether Matthew Terry should be sentenced to death or life in prison without the possibility of parole. During this phase, both sides presented evidence about Matthew's character and Kay's life. Prosecutors highlighted Matthew's previous conviction, his pattern of violence against women, and the brutal nature of Kay's murder. They argued that he was a danger to society who would kill again if given the chance. The defense presented testimony about Matthew's upbringing in Michigan. His family described him as a shy but curious child who loved fishing and the outdoors. They painted a picture of a man who had made terrible choices but who had once been someone's son, someone's brother, but it was Kay's family and friends who delivered the most powerful testimony. Kay's stepmother, Christine MP, addressed Matthew directly from the witness stand. "What words did Kay say that night to justify you killing her?" she asked, her voice breaking. "How bad could those words be? Did she say her dad was right? That Michelle was right? Was that what got her a death sentence?" She continued, "It is very unsettling as a parent to fear for your daughter because of the partner they've chosen. I feared for Kay's life. Her dad feared for Kay's life. And I don't understand why she did not." Then she looked directly at Matthew and said, "I hope you fear for your life." Kay's older sister, Carrie Rebold, spoke about the void Kay's death had left in their family. She struggled to convey the totality of who Kay had been: vibrant, feisty, warm, strong, stubborn. Near the end of her statement, she delivered a sentence that drew sobs from everyone in the courtroom. She paused after each word, letting them land with full weight. "I miss my sister." Kelly Andrews, Kay's friend who had been the last person to speak with her, testified about how unfair Kay's death was. "She had so much life left to live," Kelly said. "So many students left to teach, so many people left to help." After hearing all the testimony, the jury deliberated for about an hour. They recommended life in prison without the possibility of parole. The decision not to recommend death was perhaps influenced by Kay's own family. Her parents had told prosecutors they wanted Matthew locked up for the rest of his life. But they wanted it done quickly, without the endless appeals that accompany death penalty cases. They wanted justice, not prolonged suffering. Judge Christopher Sabella had no choice but to follow the jury's recommendation. He sentenced Matthew Terry to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Before imposing the sentence, Judge Sabella addressed Matthew directly. "I don't know what happened in Michigan, as far as the trial and the sentence, but based on what I heard, I believe you should have been in prison in Michigan, and that Miss Baker should still be alive. This is Florida, and you're going to prison for the rest of your life." Matthew Terry, now 48 years old, was taken from the courtroom in handcuffs. He would spend the rest of his life in a Florida state prison. In the months and years following Matthew Terry's conviction, Kay Baker's loved ones worked to keep her memory alive. At Cypress Creek Elementary School, teachers and students created a memorial in Kay's honor. They planted a tree in the schoolyard. They established a scholarship in her name for students pursuing education degrees. They made sure that Kay's dedication to children and learning would not be forgotten. Kay's two sons, Mason and Nicholas, now young men, continue to navigate life without their mother. They carry her memory with them, her warmth, her dedication, her unconditional love. Michelle Rogers, the woman who survived Matthew Terry's first attack, has become an advocate for domestic violence awareness. She speaks openly about her experience, hoping to help other women recognize the warning signs of dangerous relationships. Someone had to die for the truth to be known, Michelle said in an interview after the trial. And that's heartbreaking. She's right. Kay Baker's death was entirely preventable. If Matthew Terry had served his full sentence in Michigan, if parole boards had listened to Michelle's warnings, if there had been more serious consequences for his first attempt to murder a woman, but none of those things happened. And so, Kay Baker, a woman who dedicated her life to helping others, died alone and terrified in a neighbor's yard, killed by a man she trusted. Her death serves as a stark reminder of the dangers of domestic violence, of the importance of believing victims, of the need for our justice system to take violence against women seriously. Kay's obituary requested that in lieu of flowers, donations be made to domestic violence support organizations. It was a fitting final request from a woman who, even in death, thought of others. Matthew Terry attempted to appeal his conviction in December of 2022, claiming his attorney had lied to him about testifying. Judge Christopher Sabella denied the motion immediately, saying, "I mind to deny the motion for judgment of acquittal and the motion for a new trial." As of now, Matthew Terry remains incarcerated in a Florida state prison, where he will spend the rest of his life. Kay Baker is buried at Hopewell Memorial Gardens in Plant City, Florida. Her gravestone includes the dates April 29th, 1979 to May 28th, 2022. Just 43 years. Far too short. But in those 43 years, Kay touched countless lives. She taught hundreds of students. She showed up for her sons every single day. She made people smile. She gave generously. She loved deeply. In the end, that's what we remember about Kay Baker. Not how she died, but how she lived. A teacher, a mother, a friend, a light in her community. Gone, but never forgotten. Please, if you're still awake, let's move on to our last story. Story 5. Tonight we're going to tell a story that unfolds slowly, quietly, like the turning of pages in an old book. This is a story about a young woman whose life appeared perfect from the outside, but behind the carefully curated images, something darker was taking shape. Our story begins not in Texas, where it will end, but in a small town in northwestern Pennsylvania. A town called Youngsville, where the winters are cold and the summers are green, and where people know their neighbors by name. It was here, in Warren, Pennsylvania, on a February day in 1994, that a baby girl was born to Michael and Stacy Robineau. They named her Alexis Lee. From the beginning, Alexis, or Lexi as her family called her, was bright. Not just bright in the way parents see their own children, but genuinely, measurably intelligent. She grew up in Youngsville with her two younger sisters, Toby and Riley. The Robineau home was filled with the ordinary chaos of three daughters, but Alexis seemed to navigate it all with grace. Her mother, Stacy, was a teacher. She understood learning, understood potential, and she saw both in her eldest daughter. By the time Alexis reached high school, she had become the kind of student teachers remember years later. She was curious about everything: science, health, the mysteries of how the body works. She graduated from Youngsville High School in 2012 as class historian summa cum laude. Her grade point average kept her in the top 2% of all University of Pittsburgh students throughout her entire college career. And think about that for a moment. The top 2%, not just good, but exceptional. She chose the University of Pittsburgh at Bradford, a small campus nestled in the Allegheny Mountains. There she studied biology with minors in nutrition and psychology. The human body fascinated her, how it worked, how to keep it healthy, how nutrition affected everything from mood to energy. She graduated in 2016 with her degree. and the world seemed to open before her. But something happened during what she called her gap year. Something that shifted her path. She had planned to study medicine, to become a doctor perhaps. But life took her in a different direction. She discovered the world of wellness, of beauty, of helping people feel good about themselves in a different way. She began working with a company called Monat, a multi-level marketing organization that sold hair care, skin care, and wellness products. And Alexis, with her bright smile and genuine enthusiasm, was good at it. Very good. She rose through the ranks to become an executive director, a mentor to others in the company. She traveled for work, met people from all over the country, and slowly, steadily, she built something of her own. Somewhere along the way, Alexis discovered Instagram. This was the mid-2010s, when Instagram was transforming from a simple photo-sharing app into something more, a place where people could craft entire personas, build businesses, create lives that looked effortlessly perfect. And Alexis was good at this too. She understood instinctively what people wanted to see. Bright colors, beautiful locations, wellness and self-care, and products that promised to make you feel better, look better, be better. She posted about her travels, crisp photos of Mexico, of Texas landscapes, of herself smiling in the sunlight. She posted about skincare routines, about health, about positivity. Her following grew. Thousands of people, then tens of thousands, watching her life unfold in carefully filtered squares. To them, Alexis Sharkey was living the dream. She was young, beautiful, successful, always traveling somewhere new, always glowing with health and happiness. But Instagram, as we all know now, shows only what we choose to show, and Alexis was choosing very carefully. The details of how they met are not entirely clear, but we know it happened in Texas. Alexis had moved there, drawn perhaps by the warm weather, the opportunities, the chance to expand her business. She had lived for a time in Midland, Odessa, in West Texas, where the landscape stretches flat and endless and the oil industry dominates everything. Tom Sharkey worked in the oil fields. He was 49 years old when they met, more than 20 years older than Alexis. He had been married before. He had children, including a son named Wyatt, who served in the Navy. Tom was a large man, muscular, over 6 feet tall, with tattoos decorating his arms. Some people said he looked like the actor and wrestler Dave Bautista. Friends later said they thought Alexis and Tom met at a bar where she was working. Their paths crossed, and something began between them. What exactly drew them together, we can only imagine. Perhaps Tom seemed strong, protective, experienced. Perhaps Alexis saw someone who could be a partner in building the life she wanted. Perhaps in the beginning, it felt like love. They dated. They traveled together. In 2019, they moved to Grand Junction, Colorado for about 4 months. Friends said Alexis loved it there. The mountains, the adventures, the time with friends. She was always happiest, they said, when she was exploring, when she was free. And then on December 20th, 2019, just before Christmas, Alexis and Tom got married. Tom posted about it on Instagram. He wrote, "Never seen or felt such beauty. You are my world. You made life so incredible, made sense of my existence, my purpose, and showed me how to truly love." The photos showed them happy, smiling, beginning what should have been a new chapter together. In January of 2020, just a month after their wedding, the couple moved again, this time to Houston, Texas. They found an apartment there in a complex that was modern and comfortable. Alexis continued building her business with money. Tom, it seemed, worked in oil and gas, though the details of his employment were never entirely clear. From the outside, everything looked fine. Perfect, even. Alexis continued posting on Instagram, her travels, her products, her carefully curated life. But her friends, the ones who knew her well, began to notice things. Small things at first. The way she was more quiet sometimes. The way she seemed distracted. And then as 2020 wore on and the world itself seemed to be falling apart with the pandemic, something in Alexis began to crack. It was October of 2020 when Alexis took a trip with some friends. They went to Marfa, Texas, a small, strange, artistic town in the West Texas desert, famous for its mysterious lights and its galleries and its stark, beautiful landscape. The trip should have been fun, restorative, but something happened there that her friends would never forget. They were sitting at dinner one evening. when Alexis suddenly lost her composure. She broke down. Her friends walked her back to their hotel room, and that's when she confided in them. She was afraid, she told them. She was worried about her safety. She was petrified. One friend would later tell reporters, "This girl was scared for her life," but when asked who Alexis was afraid of, her friends stayed silent. They didn't want to jeopardize the investigation, they said, but the implication hung in the air, heavy and dark. Other friends came forward with similar stories. Alexis had been opening up more in recent months. They said the marriage wasn't what it seemed. There were problems, serious problems. She had told friends that she and Tom fought, that things had become controlling, manipulative, that there was violence. One friend recalled Alexis saying something chilling. "He strangles me and chokes me out, and I black out and wake up on the bathroom floor every single time." Think about those words for a moment. Every single time. Not once. Not a terrible mistake. Every single time. Alexis had also told friends that she was planning to leave. That divorce was being filed. That she wanted out. But she was still living in the same apartment with Tom. Still trapped in the day-to-day reality of a relationship that had become dangerous. And Tom, according to what police would later say, knew the marriage was ending. He knew Alexis wanted to leave him. And as November approached, the tension must have been unbearable. Thanksgiving in 2020 fell on November 26th. For many Americans, it was a strange holiday. The pandemic was still raging and families were cautioned not to gather. But Alexis spent Thanksgiving with friends. Not with Tom. They shared a meal together, and it must have felt for a moment like safety. The day before Thanksgiving, November 25th, Alexis spoke with her mother on the phone. They made plans. They were going to spend Christmas together. Alexis was going to book flights. Stacy Robineau, back home in Pennsylvania, looked forward to having her daughter home for the holidays. It was the last time mother and daughter would speak. Friday, November 27th. The day after Thanksgiving. Alexis was last seen alive around 6 o'clock in the evening. What happened in those hours is something only one person truly knows, but we can piece together what came next. Tom later told a story about that evening. He said they had been arguing. He said Alexis couldn't drive under the influence, that she left anyway. He said she understood me, I understood her. We didn't fight when she left, but friends said Alexis was usually inseparable from her phone. She was active on social media constantly, and suddenly on that Friday evening she went dark. No calls, no texts, no Instagram stories, nothing. For someone like Alexis, whose entire business and social life revolved around her online presence, this silence was deafening. Saturday, November 28th, Tom told family members that Alexis was missing. He posted on Instagram, thanking followers for their help in finding her. He said he was receiving death threats from people who accused him of being involved. He defended himself online, saying people should be ashamed of themselves for pointing fingers. But he didn't call the police himself. It was her mother and her friends who raised the alarm, who knew something was terribly wrong. And then around 8:30 that Saturday morning, a city worker made a discovery that would shock the nation. The location was the 1000 block of Red Haw Lane in West Houston, in an area called the Energy Corridor. It's near Interstate 10 and Eldridge Parkway, not far from where Alexis and Tom lived, but far enough that she couldn't have walked there easily. The city worker saw something in the bushes by the side of the road. As he approached, the shape resolved into something terrible. It was a body, a woman. She was nude, lying there as if she had been left, discarded. The police were called. The medical examiner arrived. And later that day, Tom Sharkey went to the Harris County Medical Examiner's office to identify his wife's body. For weeks, the cause of death was unclear. The medical examiner worked slowly, carefully. They needed to rule things out, to be certain. 7 weeks passed, and for 7 weeks, Houston held its breath. The story had gone national. A beautiful young influencer, found dead and naked by the side of the road. The mystery of what happened to her consumed social media. And then on January 19th, 2021, the medical examiner released their findings. Alexis Lee Robineau Sharkey had died by strangulation. Her death was ruled a homicide. Someone had killed her with their hands around her throat, squeezing until she could no longer breathe, until her brain was deprived of oxygen. until her heart stopped beating. There was no trauma to the rest of her body. No signs that she had walked to where she was found. No attempt had been made to conceal her. She had been strangled, and then she had been dumped like trash on a Houston street. After the medical examiner's announcement, the Houston Police Department investigation intensified. They interviewed friends. They talked to family. They collected evidence. And slowly, methodically, they built a case. Tom Sharkey's behavior during this time was, according to detectives, strange. He left Texas about 2 weeks after Alexis's body was found. He didn't make funeral arrangements for his wife. That responsibility fell to her mother, Stacy Robineau, who planned a private service and deliberately kept it secret from Tom. The medical examiner even changed Alexis's next of kin from her husband to her mother. This was unusual. This was significant. Tom moved to Georgia. Police tried multiple times to contact him to get him to come in for questioning, to provide a DNA sample. In early August of 2021, Tom finally agreed to meet with detectives. They traveled to Georgia, but Tom never showed up. He later gave what detectives called a very bizarre story about why he had disappeared. Shortly after that, he relocated again, this time to Florida, to Fort Myers, where he was staying with his daughter and her partner. Throughout this time, Tom maintained his innocence online. He posted memories of Alexis on Facebook. He called her the most amazing woman. He said people didn't understand. He said their marriage had been good, that he had been the one supporting her, building her back up when she was stressed. But detectives were building a different picture. They documented a history of domestic violence in the relationship. They confirmed that Alexis had been talking about divorce. They established that Tom was evasive, untruthful, trying to throw them off by suggesting other possible suspects. And most importantly, they determined something crucial. Tom Sharkey was the only person who had the means, motive, and opportunity to have killed Alexis. The means. He had physical access to her. He was strong enough to strangle her. The motive. The marriage was ending. She was leaving him. For someone who had written, "You made sense of my existence," the loss of Alexis must have been intolerable. The opportunity. They lived together. She was last seen on that Friday evening at their apartment. Her body was found just 3 miles away. On September 29, 2021, Houston police obtained an arrest warrant for Thomas Sharkey, charging him with the murder of his wife. They kept the warrant quiet. They didn't want Tom to run. They didn't want to tip him off. They wanted to give Alexis's parents time to understand the evidence before it became public. And on October 5th, they learned that Tom was in Fort Myers, Florida. It was late on the night of October 5th, 2021, when U.S. Marshals lounged the exact location where Tom Sharkey was staying. They prepared to serve the arrest warrant. They would take him into custody quietly, transport him back to Texas, formally charge him with murder in Harris County. But Tom had no idea they were coming. On October 6th, at approximately 1 o'clock in the morning, the marshals approached the house. They knocked as they announced themselves, and somewhere inside, Tom Sharkey made a choice. He ran upstairs, and there, in that upstairs room, he pulled out a gun and shot himself in the head. By the time the marshals entered the house, Tom was dead. And so the case ended, not in a courtroom, but in a house in Florida with a gunshot wound. Tom Sharkey never stood trial. He was never formally charged. He never had to answer for what he had done. There was no jury, no testimony, no victim impact statement where Alexis's mother could look at him and tell him what he had taken from their family. Instead, there was just silence. The kind of silence that leaves everyone unsatisfied, angry, grieving without the closure that a trial might have brought. Sergeant Michael Burrow of the Houston Police Department held a press conference. He said, "I would like to emphasize that this has been a very tragic series of events for both families, the Robineaus and the Sharkeys. They've been through hell, essentially." He confirmed that no one else was suspected of involvement in Alexis's death. The investigation was closed. The killer had been identified, and the killer was dead. Alexis's mother, Stacy Robineau, had believed from the beginning that Tom was responsible. She had said early on that her daughter's death was no accident, that it was intentional. And in the end, the police agreed with her, but she never got to see him face justice. On what would have been Alexis's 27th birthday, January 24th, 2021, Stacy wrote on Facebook, "We are still reeling from the realization that you are no longer on this earth, and we are simply crushed. Today, and every day, it is fitting to celebrate and remember your beautiful soul, spirit, and life. You reminded us to cherish and embrace every single day of this life, which is exactly what you did. We will." If you look at Alexis Sharkey's Instagram now, it's frozen in time. The last post is from November 22nd, 2025 days before she died. It's a photo from Tulum, Mexico. She's smiling, backlit by sunshine, looking carefree and happy. The comments underneath are filled with memorials now. People who never met her, mourning someone they only knew through a screen. People sharing their own stories of domestic violence, of escape, of survival. People angry that Alexis didn't get to escape. Her friends remember her differently. They remember her laugh, the way she lit up a room. They remember her intelligence, her work ethic, how she had built something real with her business. They remember the warmth she showed to everyone, even when she was struggling herself. Brittany Pember, who worked with Alexis at Monage, said, "She worked her butt off to get to where she was, and to see such success in a person who was just a couple years older than me was absolutely incredible." Lauren Norling Martin, another friend, described the moment she learned about the arrest warrant. "I think this news we all kind of knew, but this just made it that much more real. I'm angry and sad all over again, but ready for justice to be served for our friend." But justice in the traditional sense never came. What we're left with is a story that repeats itself too often. A young woman with her whole life ahead of her. A relationship that became dangerous. Friends who saw the warning signs but couldn't save her. And a man who, rather than face what he had done, chose to end his own life. Late at night, when stories like this one settle into our minds, we're left with questions. Questions that don't have easy answers. Could Alexis have been saved? If someone had intervened earlier, if the police had been called during one of those fights, if she had left sooner, would she still be alive? Why didn't Tom let her go? Why does someone who claims to love another person choose violence instead of letting them leave? What transforms love into possession, into control, into the kind of rage that ends in strangulation? And what about the people who are living this story right now? The people trapped in relationships that are slowly and visibly becoming dangerous. How do we help them? How do we create a world where leaving is easier, safer, more possible? These are the questions that keep us awake. These are the questions that cases like Alexis Sharkey's force us to confront. According to the Centers for Disease Control, intimate partner violence affects millions of people in the United States every year. Strangulation is one of the most dangerous forms of domestic violence. Those who have been strangled by a partner are significantly more likely to be killed by that partner in the future. It's a warning sign, a red flag, a scream for help that often goes unheard. Alexis told her friends she was being strangled. She told them she would black out and wake up on the bathroom floor. Every single time. And somehow, despite telling people, despite confiding her fear, she didn't escape. This isn't a judgment of Alexis. Leaving an abusive relationship is one of the most dangerous times for the victim. It's complicated by finances, by fear, by love that hasn't entirely died, by hope that things might change. It's complicated by a society that still asks, why didn't she just leave? Instead of asking, why did he hurt her? Alexis Sharkey tried to leave. She was planning to leave. She talked about divorce, and it may have been that decision to leave that ultimately led to her death. And so we come to the end of this story. Not a satisfying end, perhaps. Not the kind of ending where justice is served in a courtroom and a family can breathe easier knowing their loved one's killer is behind bars. But an ending nonetheless. Alexis Lee Robinow Sharkey was 26 years old when she died. She was intelligent, ambitious, kind. She loved health and wellness. She loved her friends. She loved her family. She worked hard and built something she was proud of. She had plans for Christmas with her mother. She had a whole life ahead of her. And all of that was taken from her on a November night in 2020 by someone who had promised to love her. If you're listening to this and you recognize yourself in Alexis's story, if you're in a relationship that frightens you, if someone has hurt you, if you've been strangled or threatened or controlled, please know that there is help. The National Domestic Violence Hotline is available 24 hours a day at 1-800-799-7233. You can also text START to 88788. You deserve to be safe. You deserve to be free. And if you knew someone like Alexis, if you have a friend who might be in danger, trust your instincts. Sometimes the act of reaching out, of saying I'm worried about you, can make all the difference. Rest now. Let this story settle. Let yourself feel whatever you need to feel. Sadness, anger, frustration at a system that didn't protect her. At a man who couldn't let her go, at a life cut short. And perhaps, in the morning, carry forward the memory of Alexis Sharkey. Not as a victim frozen in tragedy, but as a person who mattered, who is remembered, who deserved so much more than what she got. Sleep well, and hold tight to the people you love. Thank you for listening to tonight's true crime story. Rest peacefully knowing that another story awaits you next time, ready to accompany you on another journey toward restorative sleep. But if you're still awake, don't forget to like and subscribe so you don't miss our next true crime stories. And until next time, stay safe and take care. Good night.